Hello, Dr. Alan Harper here again, your secure vibe coder. And tonight we're going to do another live secure vibe coding session. And I'm so glad that you joined us. We are going to complete some debugging and troubleshooting that we had the last time. We're going to pick up right where we left off. Happy to have you here with me tonight. If you're here, go ahead and drop me a chat so that I know that you're here. And we'll go ahead and get started. Now, if you're new to this channel, what we're doing is we're building an app called User Vibes OS. And the idea is we're going to collect vibes throughout the user journey lifecycle. In a nutshell, that's what we do. So as a user comes to our website, whether they hit the landing page or a survey that we put up or a wait list or email list, or once they become a customer, we're going to collect feature requests from them, because those ideas that they give are the best ideas. Okay, then we're going to collect bug reports, sentiment surveys, testimonials, and exit comments. And the idea is, the user's giving off these vibes as they interact with us. And we are here to help developers collect those vibes, right? Currently, those vibes are hitting the floor, they're not being collected, and these apps are suffering because of it. So we want to help developers retain more of their customers by gathering this valuable feedback. Okay. Now, once again, if you're with us tonight, go ahead and drop me a hello. Tell me you're here in the chat. I appreciate it. Tell me where you're from. All right. Now, last night where we left off is we have our functioning app. Okay. So this is what the landing page looks like. Looks like this. It's pretty basic at the moment, but it has placeholders that we're going to put the actual images when we update them. This is what our backend looks like, but this is just canned data. And right now, this is just like placeholder, right? And then we have other sections on our homepage that we will complete. We also have a pricing section, so we can collect payments, so we're good with that. All right, and then when we go to the back end of our website, again, this is what it looks like. It has a light mode and a dark mode. Okay, and this dashboard again are just placeholders. Although this is pretty snazzy, this data is fake at the moment, right? But we'll work on that. Now, what you're looking at here, everything that I've shown you so far, comes as part of the Secure Vibe Coding OS that I developed and I released on GitHub. It looks like this. You can find it out on GitHub. Just search for Secure Vibe Coding OS. Okay, and it's by me. And what you'll find is it has security batteries included. And so the idea is inside of this repo, you have everything that you need. Hey, 3Ds, glad you made it back. It has everything that you need to go to the next level. And what we've added here are the security stuff right here. These features right here are the security batteries, okay? So the cool thing is the heart of this OS right here in the middle are all of the security protections. And you get this out of the box, okay? So you get this for free. And it's just our job to make sure that we don't mess it up and open up security vulnerabilities. But what we do here on this channel is we talk about secure vibe coding, all right? And you can find out more about me in the QR code above or also in the link below. And I've been in cybersecurity for 36 years, well before they called it cybersecurity. But I've done everything in the field. I'm also the lead author of 7 best-selling books in cybersecurity, most notably the Gray Hat Hacker series, by far the most popular book in the field, evident by the fact that it's in 6th edition. All right, so I'm the lead author of that book and really proud of that. And so what I'm doing on this channel is bringing that experience back to you guys, helping you do security with this vibe coding, right? There's a lot of people out there talking about vibe coding, but they're not even mentioning security, and that's a shame. Because at least for now, these AI apps are not creating apps that are security focused. And the reason is garbage in, garbage out. Like, they've been trained on all the code out there, but a lot of that code has vulnerabilities in it by its very nature. So in many ways, these AI agents don't know any better. So what we do is we put guardrails around them, some bumper rails, so that they know, hey, if we're going to do authentication, we're going to do it this way. If we're going to do rate limiting, we're going to do it this way. right? And so all you have to do is just kind of know what those terms are, and you can invoke those terms in your prompts, and the Secure Vibe Coding OS will pick those phrases up and implement them for you. All right, so we already have users here that are already playing with the Secure Vibe Coding OS and getting value out of it, and I really appreciate that. Give me that feedback. If you get any bugs or anything with it, make sure you submit something up on this GitHub. Okay, you can submit issues on the GitHub. All right, so back to the site. We on the back end, we have a dashboard here. That's all placeholder at the moment. We have ability for the user to get API keys, and what we learned in the last session is we have improved this, right, so that we have a better ability to pick these up. And what we used to do is we used to generate these, private and public keys. Now what we do is we generate these automatically for our users, and they don't have to worry about. Excuse me. Let me scroll down here. They don't have to worry about managing these anymore. We give them a public key and a private key, right? And then we handle the private key for them, or the secret key for them. They don't even have to deploy it at this point. Now we may use that in the future for like API access. I think that could be very useful, but for right now, all that the user has to do is use the public key that we give them. All right, so we also have a security dashboard here because we are security focused, and so that's really useful. Nothing really in it at the moment, except this is connected up to our logging. So if one of our users tries to exceed our rate limits or something like that on our APIs, then it should show up in here, right? We should get an alert. We'll test that in the future. Okay, so we have feature request here, which is again our first thing that we're implementing right here, feature request. Okay, and eventually what we'll do is we'll start to implement the rest of these. We'll probably go this order around. Okay, and all right, so we have feature request, and so we have a couple of boards in here, like feature request boards. These are Kanban boards, and so when you go inside of here, you see what the Kanban board looks like. You can drag and drop these as an admin. Okay. And then you also have a list of comments that have been submitted and approved by you. And this particular board has no comments on it at the moment, but it does have some votes on it. Okay. And then you see a demo of what that looks like when it's deployed. Okay. And yeah, this is interesting. Okay, so provide a valid public key parameter. Okay, yeah, cool. We're going to need to make sure that in our demo that we can like select one of our public keys. Okay, so that's kind of, it's not a bug, it's actually working properly, but that's actually good to see. All right, so then because what we've done is we've implemented this that requires a public key, and in the demo widget, it isn't providing that key. So we just need to put a selector up here that says, select your key. And so that way it will go ahead and complete down here. In fact, well, as soon as we fix some of the stuff that we're currently working on, we'll come back to this. Okay, so we have some embed instructions. This is for our users to actually deploy the app. Okay, the widget, I should say, on their website. And so right now we've selected Tier 2 security. And that's because over here in the settings, we have enabled, down here, we have enabled Tier 2 security. Okay, we have 5-minute durations on the JWT tokens. That's the Java Web Tokens, right? And so this is the most secure way to do it. Now, if the user wants to, they can flip it back into here, and then, they don't have to do that. Okay. All right, so we also have analytics, so we can see like total requests, total votes, and we've had one user submitting this stuff right now. We have no comments coming in. All right, so pretty well functioning. However, we've got some stuff to finish. All right, so where we left it off last night is, let's see, we have, here's our little test app that we've deployed, okay? And so what we can do is we could submit an idea over here, or let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, so right out the gate, we see that we have an issue here. Okay, so this is a hydration issue. I'm not too concerned about that. Refresh again. Okay, sometimes when you're in a development environment, you get these hydration issues. And you also see that here, like we're using components within components, so sometimes that causes that, and we can, and we shouldn't see that in production, and if we do, then we can address it there. All right, so here's what this looks like. All right, so the user can go ahead and put like test feature test, and then we can go ahead and submit it. What we see here is we get this failed to generate token. Okay, so that's the error that we currently are dealing with. And what I want to do is clear my console down here. What I've done is I've right clicked and said inspect, and then I go to the console so that I get actual error logs. And I want to go ahead and try to submit that again. And we see that we're getting this error here. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just copy that and we'll take it over to Claude Code. And we will say, hey, on the test site A, if I submit a feature request, I'm getting a console log error that looks like this. I keep forgetting that whenever you do the voice, it actually takes up it uses the clipboard. So I have to go get this clipboard again, copy that, paste that in. Okay, we also are getting this toast error, so I want to get this too. We also have that toast error of failed to generate token. Okay, so off it goes. Hey, I have some exciting news for you to share with you. Today I was doing some research and found out that Droid, which may become my favorite tool. It's by Factory AI. I've been evaluating it for about a month now. And the only thing was holding me back on it is the ability to do Claude Code skills, because of course I've built this skills library and I want to be able to use that. By the way, for 3Ds and others, that skills library is maintained separately in a separate repo. So if you, for whatever reason, don't want to use if you don't want to use the whole Secure Vibe Coding OS, you can also find another repo that I created called skills. Let's see here. GitHub, Claude, Secure Claude Skills. This is another repo that I have out there, okay? And it has all of those skills. So you can install that with a npm command, or you can just, download the zip, or, clone the repo. But you can install this with npx, and it will dump those security skills in there for you. Okay, so that's useful. Okay. All right, so this thing's over here still cooking. But what I was going to say is that Factory.ai, they have announced that they now support skills. And I went in today and only to find out that they got a glitch with it. It will only pick up skills that are in the root directory of the skills folder. And I've used a nested directory structure, so I have several skills deep within those folders, and some of them have sub skills. So they're not picking those up. So I've submitted a little bug request to them. Those guys are pretty sharp, and probably, I imagine, in a couple of days they'll have that worked out. But I'm excited that soon we might be able to play with, even on my live stream here, I'll pull up Droid and show you the difference. What you'll find is it's a little bit more refined. They get more out of the Claude Sonnet models than Anthropic does. Because, of course, you have the LLM, right? And the LLM is valuable, the model. But then Claude Code is a scaffolding on top of the LLM. And they make some compromises with that scaffolding to make sure it works for everybody. Same thing with all these other models. Like if you use Cursor is a scaffolding or an IDE with scaffolding on top of these models. So that means that they're calling the SDKs underneath the hood, but they're also putting their own custom system prompts in there and their own memory handling and stuff to make it more efficient for their IDE. Well, Droid from Factory, what they do is they're better at context memory management, so their compression is better and smoother and more. It retains more fidelity, but then also when they're calling the Anthropic APIs, they're calling it better than Claude Code is. That's just the best way I could sum it up. They got some really good nerds over there, and they figured it out. And this is evident by the fact that, like, if you go out to their website, check this out. Like, if you go to let's see here, if you go to Factory AI and you check out the news here, they have a blog where they have proven on the terminal bench, which is all these terminal tools that we use like Claude Code or Codex or whatever. They're killing these guys they're killing like Anthropic with their own, like, so look, here's Claude Code over here using Opus 4. It scores 43% on this particular benchmark. Well, look what they're getting out of it, 58%. Like, how is that? How is that possible? I have no idea. But then, like, here's Sonnet. Okay, here's Sonnet 4. I don't know if this is 4.5, but look, they're crushing it. They're beating Claude Code, like with their own algorithms. They're beating them. You can't beat. I mean, that's awesome. So yeah, that looks really exciting to me. That just means less errors, less go backs, right? Less frustration, right? Less time spent. Okay, so look, it says that this should be fixed now. Let's see. Okay, submit this idea. No, we're still getting it. I'm tempted to refresh, but hold on a second. Let me see what else it's doing down here. Let's go ahead and refresh, just in case. Nope, same thing. Same error down here as well. All right, so look, what did it say it fixed? Okay, see, this isn't valid because if it doesn't exist, it wouldn't be a 500 error. It would be a 404 error. Okay. Submit vote. Okay. Okay, there's absolutely no difference. I refreshed the page. I'm still getting the 500 error, and I'm still getting that failed toast message. Look, why are you saying that if the endpoint was pointing in the wrong direction to be a 500 error? That would be a 404 error. So again, use ultra thinking and sort this out. Now, inside of Factory, you don't have to tell it to use ultra thinking. You can just set it to use deep reasoning whenever you want it. Like, and you don't have to keep like using that key phrase. Again, it's one of the little tweaks that Factory did. Now, if you're a Gemini fan or whatever, they use that too. They use Gemini 3 Pro, all that. So like, oh, and also because they're more efficient on how they use the tokens, it comes out to be cheaper. They do a lot of caching, because it turns out that a lot of the requests that you're making here, you've already made it like 5 seconds ago or whatever, so, or 5 minutes ago. So they just return that response if from the LLM, unless it has to go like read a file or something. You know, it's smart enough to cache, and that saves you tokens. And they charge you like 1/10 for calls that were cached. So in this way, you can really get your token use down. So anyway, I'm excited about them. They're also heavy duty production grade company used by large corporations. So that means, you know, it's very polished with its Git flows or GitHub interactions and stuff. And what they do is every command that it does, it checks it into your local repo. So you have checkpoints, sort of like what Cursor does. You know, Cursor will let you revert your whole state, including like the chats and all that. Well, you could do the same with Factory. So anyway, super powerful. I'm really impressed. It looks a lot like Claude Code, by the way. Okay. Okay, let me clear this logs and give it new logs. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, there's supposed to be some new logs in here. I don't know what this is. Let's see here. Failed to generate token. All request. Let's get that over to them. Ah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, check out that 3Ds. They have like a trial where you can get like 20 million tokens or something for free. Play with it for a month, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, what's this thing doing? Oh, by the way, what we want to do is we want to put a checkpoint in here. Speaking of Git, right now, progress toward implementing the simple two-tier security model. Because this way, if we get frustrated here in a half hour or so, I can just always revert back to where we're at now. And we have our test site. I want to do the same here. Progress in implementing the simple two-tier security model. Okay. Pro tip. Yeah, often push things up to Git. When I'm working on my own, like anytime I get, like when I debug this and it's working, boom, I push it to Git. And then anytime I have like a progress, I push it to Git. And that way you get in the habit of that. You push it like 10 times a day. And that way, you know, you can always revert back easily. Okay. Okay, what's going on here? Perfect. The action is now in place. What does that mean? Okay. Already a token exchange endpoint in the HTTP router, but it's using the old approach. The issue is that Next.js route is calling internal functions via fetch query, which don't work. The solution is to delete the old route. Okay, before we told it don't delete anything, so I think, you know, that old route was stepping on us here. Okay. All right. Okay, root cause found and fixed. Okay, it had a route and it was trying to call internal convex functions using fetch query, which only works with public functions. Okay, all right. Okay, let's see what we got. Whole different type of error here. Now I get this toast message. I also still have a 500 error. And let me see what the what this is throwing off. Okay, I'm getting a 404 error on the post generate. I don't like the looks of that. And what's going on? Okay. Looks like Convex is not happy either. Could not find the public function. Let's give it some of those logs as well. This is this error, this post error 404 is showing up in my server logs. And then let's give it some of this convex foo as well. And I'm getting these convex errors as well. Look, stop guessing. Read the document from the two-tier security, simple security model, and make sure that we're implementing that exactly. Do not deviate from that. This was working before, except for this error. Now it's getting worse. Yeah. And I think some of these errors we're getting are with convex, and again, I've said this before. I love convex, but it's causing us some pain here recently because it's so new, and frankly, I just don't think the LLMs have been trained on it, and so that's a challenge. It is TypeScript, so it should be able to figure it out, but and we gave it that LLM document as well to make it smarter. And I know that's loaded up into the context. Okay, now recreate. Okay, what's it doing? The plan says to use this Next.js route. Yeah, the one that you deleted. But the fundamental issue remains. Next.js routes can't call internal functions. Okay, the real solution is to make a public action in convex that Next.js route can call. Let me create this. I'm trying to read it, and every time you scroll up to read it and it's still working, it jumps down up to the top of the screen, which is annoying. Hope you guys are doing well wherever you're at. I see we have a couple more people here that's joined us. Drop me a hello. Tell me where you're from. Okay. Just reading this. Okay. Well, that's better. Don't. It thought about it and then came up with the same error. Let me refresh this. I'm also seeing that error down here as part of the widget, but that may be the other widgets. I'm not sure. Okay. Get that and send that in. Okay, we are getting different errors here for our convex, so we'll feed that as well. See what we got over here. Still getting these 4. Yeah, it's a mess. These logs are from the console. These logs are from our Next.js router or server. These logs are from Convex. Again, I want you to use ultra thinking here and sort this out. Stop guessing. Use ultra thinking and read the source code. Also, read the two-tier security model document and get to the bottom of this. Plan out the work and think it through from all angles. Again, do not guess and just make changes that I have to then revert. By the way, they were criticized for doing this right here. See where it says you're absolutely right? Like that just annoys people. Like it always does that. And they were criticized by that. I thought they were going to stop doing that. They even wrote a blog about that. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, thanks, 3Ds. We shouldn't have to do that. Basically, we're invoking the superpowers of the model. It's costly, and it should just not put us in that predicament. Really. I mean, we're trying to do some pretty gnarly stuff here. I mean, we're trying to proxy back through to us and relay that stuff, but still, I'm not buying it. Like, it should be able to figure this out. Yeah, look, it's doing some pretty aggressive stuff over here. It's deleting all these routes and stuff. I don't know if I like that. I think what it's trying to do is force all of it through Convex, and if that works, then sweet. But then why did it even try to do all that before? I don't know. Now the problem with this is now the other end. Okay, looking at your logs, the proxy was calling this where action. Yeah, we already have a route that handles. The fix is to update proxy site save from this to this. Now calls existing endpoint that already works. Okay. Undeleted necessary files. Okay. The correct architecture. Okay. Now, did it make those changes out on that other file site? Okay, so this is our stuff. Oh no, that's on test site. Okay, so it did update that stuff. So if I flip over to here, I should see, yeah, it did update this. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to slow it down. It's still doing the same thing. So now what my approach is typically to make it log more and just go step by step. But I'm a little frustrated with it. In fact, what I'm thinking about doing is just reverting it back because I think it put us in a worse shape. And in fact, that's what I'm going to do. So what I do is just revert all those changes. In fact, you can go up here and just say there's a way to just revert them all. Yeah, I could have already done it by now. Revert all changes, including over here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this and start a new context. I should have checked how full our context window was, but too late now. I guess what I could do is I can say resume just to check it. Okay, so, okay, here was the one 2 minutes ago. Okay, what I want to check is the context. Yeah, see, it says it wasn't bad, but it was acting pretty stupid. Come on, Claude. Okay, I just reverted a bunch of changes. Look, our current state is that we've implemented the simple two-tier security model. See the document for that. And we've also implemented that over on the test site. But I'm getting this error whenever I run it, and I'll copy paste the error in. Okay, we're also getting this 500 error here. No, that's not right. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to give it the exact plan, both of them. Now, I want you to evaluate these plan docs that I've given you and look at the errors that we're getting. I want you to be very precise. I do not want you to make major changes. I want you to debug this step by step and figure out what the issue is. Let me look one more thing here. Okay, we're also getting this in convex. Wait a second, it's saying, did I forget to run my MVX dev? Well, I'm running it. That's what we're looking at. So I just want to make sure, hold on a second, 2035. Yeah, this was the last error. Okay, I'm also getting this error. I am seeing this error in convex, but it is running. That is how I see the error. Okay, now let's see what it does. So what I did there was I reverted everything, and I'm giving it like a clear context, and then I'm explaining the issue that I'm seeing, right? And then I'm putting it like, it's some very tight constraints, like read these files and do some. Oh, here's another trick. I'll go ahead and drop it into plan mode. That makes it think better, but also I want to see what it's trying to do before it just goes making changes for us. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, go ahead and you can read these things. But this will keep it from writing anything because I want to see what it thinks the issue is. That's definitely been a useful approach for me before. So if I see it trying to go down the same route, like and delete stuff and stuff, I'll say, no, explain to me why you want to delete this, right? And it may be right. And I've done that before where I've argued with it for, a half hour or longer before, and then realize, yeah, you may be right. Go ahead and try that. And sure enough, it would work. And I'm like, okay, yeah. There's something else I also want to make sure that we're doing. I want to make sure that the test site is implemented properly, because I don't think we've checked that. I mean, I think we've checked our side, but I'm not convinced that it implemented that fully over there. So what we'll do is when it gets to a breaking point here, I'll have it make sure it checks the test site and make sure that it's implemented exactly like the document says. Because we made some changes to our architecture and we simplified some things. I want to make sure it's not still calling the old way. By putting it back in this plan mode, it makes it slow down because it basically makes it think harder. It reasons and by default. So you can see now, like it's not just spitting out stuff. It's thinking. It's got these background tasks, like you can spin up like subagents and stuff to figure stuff out. Okay. It says right here it found the key issue. Okay. Okay, it's telling me that stuff about the public stuff again, which may be correct. Um, it says it already has a working endpoint. Yeah, of course. The token, we're getting the token. We wouldn't load the widget without the token. Site proxy implementation. Okay, complete picture. Okay, it's this public route stuff again, and that could be it. Okay, delete the incorrect API route, update the test proxy. Okay, while it's at it, evaluate the test site implementation against the documents I've given you. I want to make sure that we are implementing that precisely as the document outlines with the simple widget with only a couple parameters and the proper implementation of the proxy route. Yeah, me too, 3Ds. Sometimes I forget to drop back into planning mode, but it's only when I get in a jam, then I like, oh, okay, yeah, let's slow this thing down. And all the other IDEs, like Cursor has a plan mode. They all do. You just got to remember to use it. By the way, Droid has one too, and it's the same stuff. Like you hit Shift Tab and a couple times, and it goes into planning mode. They actually call it spec mode, and but same thing. Okay, would you like me to present a detailed plan of how to fix? Okay, so look here, simplify. Yeah, see, it wasn't actually calling it properly. It had all this other junk in it, and I don't know if that stuff was causing an issue on the other end or not. But anyway, let's see. Yes, and add that to a new doc. Okay, so I want it to document the plan and put it in a new doc, and then we'll tell it to implement the plan. Okay, that's a much better way to do it. Okay, now it's going to write this doc essentially. Write the doc first. I'm gonna put it out of plan mode because it can't write when it's in plan mode. Looks like it's trying. They better not be trying to write this or delete this doc. I told it to write the doc first. By the way, I've seen it like do make mistakes like that, and even if I had it in plan mode, I've seen Claude actually write something and then come back and apologize and say that it shouldn't have wrote it because it was in plan mode, which I thought was interesting. So sometimes it will even mess up on its own scaffolding, like, right, it'll break its own rules. Okay, what I'm going to do, it looks like it's froze for some reason. I'm going to escape. Okay. Oh, it looks like it did write it. I should have just let it go. Let's see what we got. Okay, bug fix, wrong endpoint and URL. Okay, should be this instead of that. Okay, plan document alignment issues. Okay, yeah, it's got to get rid of all this stuff. It's not in the plan anymore. Okay, widget pattern usage mismatch. Okay, yep. Current implementation is, yep. Okay. I was suspecting that it half implemented. Okay, so here's all the recommended changes, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so most importantly, we just have a basic widget now, no keys, no nothing, which is correct. Okay. Yeah, and here's what it should look like, nice and simple, not all this other stuff. Okay, all right. Okay, that looks good. Now implement that plan. Exactly. Do not deviate from the plan, and then I will tell you if it works. Okay, I go back up to my GitHub view, and I can see the files getting deleted and updated. Now, if you leave the context, like had I not stopped the context and restarted, then you have to tell it that you deleted those files. Like what I would say is, none of that worked, and I've reverted all of those changes. So try again. So that way it doesn't like think that the files just deleted, on their own, and it tries to like just recreate them, blindly. It's like you need to tell it what you did, kind of catch it up. Okay, now it's asking me, do I want to edit this route? Yes. Okay, it's making these changes over on the test site. I've noticed sometimes it does this and it kind of annoys me. Like it'll rename things instead of just updating them sometimes. And sometimes it'll just do the exact same thing in the new file. It's just like, it's part of that programming of what Claude Code does. Again, that's why I'm looking forward to using Droid to see if it does better and things like that. You might have noticed that as well. I think the other models do that. I noticed Cursor was always renaming files and stuff, or functions, because it thought that that's what I wanted it to do, but it really didn't do anything. Okay, all right. So let's see what we got here. Okay, that looks worse. I hope it's gonna do something better down here. Okay. By the way, the other ones are working fine. 1, 2. No, that's actually not all of them are looking fine. Only 2. So what's going on here? User Vibes widget, my first project. Okay, mode is feature. Let me screenshot that. This is all I'm seeing for the fourth widget. This should be the fourth widget, by the way, and it looks like we only have 3 now. I don't know what you did to the other one. I want you to add it back. This should be the fourth widget, is the tier 2 security test, and right now it's incomplete. You can see it's empty. Look at this. It says, I see the problem. I simplified it, but did not fully implement it. Like, it's maddening. This is interesting. It's checking against what it has in GitHub to see what it changed, which is, I'm fine with that. It says right here, I accidentally removed the third widget. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, now I need to fix the User Vibes widget. Okay. Okay, let me see something here. Okay, it's almost like we worked through that problem yesterday. My other widgets are up here now. I want you to update the logging on the test server so that I know which logs are for which widget. And you see the screenshot I gave you, our fourth widget is empty. It just says loading. Also, look, we should not be returning an iframe. That is not what I requested in the docs. These are web components. We should be using React components, and we should not be returning an iframe, particularly in the tier 2 proxy relay. Okay, so fix that. Again, follow the document precisely, the planning document I've given you. Look at this. You're absolutely right. I deviated from the plan. Excuse me. Using verbose logging is always helpful because, it gets more of a picture then of what's going on. Okay. Now, the one thing I didn't like that I saw it go by was up here. It was talking about right here, render the web component with proxy configuration. No, this stuff right here is not in the plan. This content that you added is not in the plan. Go back and look at the plan. It's simpler than that. You should only have to return. You don't need any of these parameters anymore. So I don't know where you're getting that from. Again, evaluate the simple two-tier security plan and the simple two-tier security guide. You better not have changed that plan on me. I better look at it. Yes, this is what it should look like. What in the world? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Use ultra thinking and evaluate this document that I just gave you and make sure we implement this precisely on the test server. Okay. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like right there. Okay. Let's see what it did here. Okay, that looks proper. I'm on the actual, taking a look at the actual code on the test site. Okay, these are for the other widgets. They're still using iframes, that's fine. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Right here, that's that border that goes around that's kind of pink. Okay, and then here's the actual widget. Got rid of all that stuff, and we're just calling this. Now, here's the actual widget. Yes, I don't know. This shouldn't have an error in it. have to tell to. Oh, okay. Might be because, well, it still shouldn't have an error in it. And see, this is what's returning. That wasn't in the plan. So the plan said to return. Okay, here's the widget component. Yeah, okay. Return your widget UI here. Okay, so this part of the plan was incomplete. Okay, use the component. Your project ID goes here. Okay, why is it just showing your widget goes here as it's shown in the screenshot? The relay is not happening from the backend server. Can you troubleshoot that? I'll tell you one thing. What we need to do is tell it to run TSC on the test site. Because I saw an error over there. It's sneaking in this iframe again. I don't like that, but let me see what it comes up with. Run TSC check on the test server as well. Yeah, see, there's that project ID error that I saw. Surprised that's the only error it had. Run that again. I didn't like how it looks like it quit right here. It reset the shell back to our current directory. I don't think it likes whenever I'm trying to do something in another directory. It's probably like a security feature, if I had to guess. Let me just go over here and run it myself. It's probably a security feature, if I had to guess. All right, cool. This is literally worse than it was when we started. Again. All right, we got to think about this. Discard, discard, discard. Then over here, I want to keep these docs and discard this. Okay. Let me try something different this time. What I'm going to do is work on the test server side first and tell it that to check the implementation of that, which we already know is incomplete. Okay, I reverted a bunch of code because it wasn't working. It was actually getting worse. I want you to take this document that I'm sharing with you and evaluate its effectiveness for relay, first of all. And tell me if the instructions for the test server are adequate to properly proxy the widget back to the end browser. So just do a full up architectural review of that code that's in this document and make sure that it's accurate. Okay, what I'm going to do is take this right here, which has all of that code that it implemented, and I want to see if that, use ultra thinking for this and I'm going to put you in plan mode, and just again evaluate this document to see if it's accurate, because we seem to be implementing it and it's not accurate. Like I'm getting errors or it's not actually relaying. So evaluate that and let's fix the plan first. I'm really glad that I did that git check-in, because otherwise we'd be really spinning our wheels. Yeah, no, I agree. 3Ds. Thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, it gets frustrating, but it can be. Honestly, I usually don't get in these kinds of jams, but we're doing something pretty gnarly here. Like I've never implemented a proxy server like this, and so this is all new territory for me. But we're learning. We'll figure it out. What's crazy about it is the widget works, but it won't save. So like it almost tells me, and it could be the design is improper, but more likely it could be, something to do with convex or this core security settings, that we ran into before could be stopping it. And the only way to find that out is in the logging. But first, what I wanted to do is do it. Let's make sure this architectural analysis works and make sure that we actually have the right plan, because we could just be spinning our wheels if like the actual architecture is not right. What I don't like about it is it keeps trying to throw this iframe back in, and I'm actually starting to regret that we even offered up an iframe widget, because it's the most basic of things. But I think now Claude Code thinks we want an iframe, and it's not distinguishing that, like, we have level 1, level 2. Level 2 doesn't do iframes, and I even told it that in the plan explicitly, but it's ignoring that. Okay, so let's see what this thing's doing now. Let's see. Do you want to save this tier 2 architectural analysis? Yes. Okay, so let's see that. Okay, public key authentication. Yeah, all that's correct. When to use. No, that's not correct. Oh no, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm reading tier 1. Sorry. We're to skip over that for now because that's working. Server side. Okay, here's tier 2. Server side proxy pattern. Key difference. Yeah, we know all that. Yeah, we know all that. Okay, here's the setup. Enable tier 2. Yep, we've done that. Okay, create proxy API route. By the way, let's make sure that setting is still set, because I've seen it revert before. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're still in tier 2. Okay. Okay, so we're going to create this proxy route, which should already be there. It's nice and clean. What it's basically doing is it's going out and requesting the JWT token. It does that like through this this post request. It gets it back. Okay, once it gets it back, then it applies that token right here in the authorization header. Okay, that's all correct. And then what it's going to do is get that response, and then it's going to return that response. Okay, no, excuse me. Yeah, it's going to return it right here. But if it catches an error in the process, then it's going to throw that 500. So that could be where the 500 error is coming from, is that actual. So one things we can do is tell it to give us more information about, what that error is, instead of just what we're getting is this internal server area. It's very generic. Okay, so I can get it to do better. But okay, so it looks like that's all correct. And here's the widget. Yeah, see, I don't know about this part. Okay. In the plan document for the widget code, we have this return statement. When we've implemented this before, that's all that showed up. Is that accurate? Like for the widget, are we just supposed to return your widget UI here? I want you to actually, return the response from the relay of the proxy. Evaluate that. That could be a key problem right there. Because see right here, we're using the widget, but if the widget's just returning this, then that's not good enough. And that puts us that's a dead end. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what it comes up with. Okay, so hold on a second. There's all this. You've identified the core problem. Come on, man. Let me analyze this carefully. The critical issue. The guide shows this. Okay, that's wrong. Yeah, okay. Well, let's fix the guide. This is fundamentally broken because it defines a handle action but never calls it. It returns a placeholder div and no actual UI. Okay, yeah, that's the problem. What should happen is the widget needs to actually render. Yes, there are two ways to do this. Render an iframe. No, we don't want an iframe. Yeah, here we go right here. We want to build the entire widget UI in React. Unrealistic, it says. No, that's very realistic. Yeah. On click. No, hold on a second. Now, here's what's aggravating. We are currently returning the widget. So, okay, hold on. Something is wrong here. I understand what you're saying about the placeholder div, but go ahead and evaluate the code right now on the test server. We are returning the widget through the relay. So look at how it's currently returning through the proxy and rendering. And let's report back to me as to the difference with our plan. By the way, I already know that the implementation on the test server does not match our plan. But what I want to know is what are the key differences that allow it to return the widget as it currently is without an iframe. For all I know, it may be returning it through an iframe. Let's go look at that. No, it's not returning an iframe. It's returning an element here, an HTML element right here, HTML element. Okay, so it better come back and say something like that. Okay. And what we can see is there is a proxy here. I'm not sure which one it's using. Let's see, we could probably figure it out in here. We'd have to look in here. That's the page. Okay, it's using. Okay, here's the complicated one. It's using this proxy, user vibe proxy, which is this one here. And we can see inside of here, this has got too much stuff in it. It's got all this access control stuff. But essentially what it does, let me go back up to the top and quit scrolling. The first thing it does is it goes and gets this JWT token that's proper. It looks at it and it's got all this logging that we probably told it to put in. Then it's going to return that. Okay. It does some error checking. And then ultimately, here's the forward of the actual widget. Okay, it's going and making this call. And it's returning. If it gets a response, it returns. Let's see here, hold on a second. If the token's expired, it retries. Otherwise, it just returns the response. Or excuse me, that's with an error. Here's the actual return of the response. Okay, so we better come back with something like that and adjust the plan. Okay, so it better do that. Okay, so what did it do here? Something's wrong here, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I see it. Let me check if there's a web component scripting script being loaded. Perfect, I understand now. Let me write up the analysis, okay? Yet another document. Where's it at? Right here. Okay. Where's my preview? Okay, I use preview so I can read the markdown much easier. Hey, Shudo, how are you? Hey, we're writing an app. It's called User Vibes OS, and we're trying to get feedback from our users by feature request, and I'll show you more of that in a moment. We're in the middle of troubleshooting this pretty gnarly issue. It has to do with the proxy server and so forth. Okay, core problem. Okay, yep, that's the problem. We know that. Okay, conceptual architecture mix match. Complete widget provided, architecture B. Okay, this is what it should be for tier 2. Yeah, this I don't agree with. Let's see, full widget, pure React component. What the guide attempts. Okay, issue 3, incomplete proxy implementation. It's got lots of issues. The relay question. This is the one I'm interested in. Okay. No, that's not accurate. Part of this we've got to twist it up, because you remember yesterday we kind of backed out of one approach and put in another one, and this is not this is the incorrect old code, and and I think that's confusing matters. Okay, Okay, so look, let me help it out. Okay, user vibe proxy. Okay, part of the confusion here is that we have multiple proxy routes on the test server. That's because we were doing testing with previous editions. The current one is called user vibe proxy. Okay, and I want you to take a look at the homepage, look at the 4th widget, and I want you to trace it back through that proxy, and you will find that we are returning an HTML element. Okay, we are not returning an iframe. So I want you to evaluate that, and because that is currently working and that proxy is returning. So I want you to evaluate that and look for opportunities to update our plan document to match that. Shudo, where are you from? While that's cooking, I'll go ahead and pull this up and show you guys if you join late. So we're building this app called User Vibes OS, And the purpose of it is to collect vibes of our users throughout the user journey lifecycle. We are vibe coders, so we like that term, but we're actually using that to pick up feedback signals of the user when they hit the landing page, through survey pages, and so forth, all the way through their life cycle with our app, including getting bug reports from them, sentiment analysis, testimonials, and everything. All right. So we are focused on this one, which is the ideate phase, which is getting feature requests from them, because the competitors are very soft in this area. There's just a few companies doing it. They're very expensive. We can disrupt this space. We can do it better. Once we get this figured out, then we'll probably move our way around this way. This right here has been done really well. This part by like Go High Level. That's what I use. It's really good at this, but it doesn't tie in the rest of the stuff. And that's been kind of annoying me for a while. So that's why we're doing this. All right. So there you go. Hey, where are you from, Shudo? Okay. Okay, here we go. All right. Does not, or wait a second. But you're telling me it's returning HTML. Let me understand what you mean. The web component itself is HTML. Inside of its shadow DOM, it creates an iframe. Okay. I was missing that. Okay. But you said you want me to look for opportunities, update our plan to match returning HTML. I think I understand now. Do you want the plan doc to show that we return a web component element, which happens to be rendered an iframe internally, not directly return iframe? Okay. All right. Stay with the iframe. Okay. I understand better now that it's an iframe internally. Just go ahead and keep using that for now. But my point is that the relay is working currently right now on the test server. But what you're trying to propose in the plan document is just, that placeholder div. We need to fix that. No, first, let's back up. I want you to not focus on anything else except for what I'm about to tell you. I want you to go over to the test server, and I want you to clean up the implementation of the test server and remove those extra parameters, which are no longer required in our test plan. But I want you to leave the relay function that is currently working through that HTML element. But I want you to remove things like base proxy, those and JWT mode. Those are no longer required in our implementation in our design. So clean all of that up first, and then stop. I'll go ahead and take it out of plan mode. Well, actually, I'll leave it in there and let it come up with a plan for that. Understood. No, we'll go ahead and put it in accept. All right. So right here, I can tell it's already dropping all these extra parameters because they're no longer needed. Okay, that's good. It understands what I told it to do. Okay, I think. Okay. It says it cleaned all this up. Let's just make sure that it's still working. That's step one. Okay. Step 1.5 now. Okay. Yeah. I don't like the looks of that. I think it broke it. Okay. Oh, almost. Okay. Let's give it a shot to try to figure that out. It looks like the widget's trying to load, and then I get this error. So you broke it. You removed probably a little too much. Go evaluate what you removed and figure out why this error was introduced. Let me check the convex. That was from before. Okay. All right, so we're not getting convex errors anymore. That's good. And we are getting these 4 errors on the user vibe. Wait a second. We should not be calling user vibe on this server. Okay, that's a big clue. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah. It found the same issue I found manually. Look here, it's telling me that, it's pulling up on this is our base server 3000 instead of the remote server. Yeah, that's the issue. Well, at least that was a issue. Okay, so it shouldn't be doing that again. Okay, all right. Now, I think we still have the same issue, but what we did now is we cleaned up the remote server. Okay, so this widget is working. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is, now that that's loading, I'm going to go ahead and save that, because if he screws it up again, then I'm going to just revert. Okay. Progress again on implementing the tier 2 security model. We have cleaned up the implementation and now are properly pulling the widget with less parameters. Always give a healthy commit if you can, because like next week or next month or next year, you're not going to remember what that change was about. You can also let AI do it, but it's slower. It's like hella slower. So I usually just say it myself. Type it. Okay, now what I think what we're going to find here is that it's got the same error, but now we're testing from a cleaner baseline, because now I'm not concerned about like the implementation of the widget so much. Okay, yeah. So we still have this. That's what we started with today. Come on, give me that. And then we still have this internal 500, but we know now where that 500 is coming from. All right, so what we can do, in matter of fact, it could be this whole orphaned iframe thing here, but what I'll do now, yeah, look, we're getting all these errors. Convex threw up on us. Okay, yeah, okay, see that? I saw it right here in this error. So let's give it all of this now. Okay, all right, now we know we have a clean baseline. We can say, okay, okay, now that we have the test server working better with the proper implementation over there, we're still getting an error whenever we submit a feature. I want you to notice that there's a 500 error. I also want you to notice the convex error in the logs. And I want you to, in troubleshooting, give us better logs of that 500 before you make any changes. I want to log what the specific issue is in the 500, or why the internal server error is occurring, and not just return the generic internal server error 500. Wait a second. Yeah, because that was a proxy route, we do have better errors here. Yeah, we got good errors. I just didn't look. Okay, so let's Okay, let's look at that. That's another trick. Like API routes give errors to the console and not to the server terminal, not in the browser console. Okay, so you got to look though. So let me tell this thing to, okay, it's going to try to enhance errors, but I'm going to give it what I already have. Let it chew on that. I don't like it when it does that because it's usually filling up the memory and about to crash. We've seen this before. We've seen this movie before. But hopefully it'll recover. Yeah, there you go. Something to do with like the buffer sizes or something with Cloud Code. I don't know. Okay, the error is clear now. Yeah, still exists and it's being called. I thought I deleted it earlier, but it's still there. Yeah, because I reverted that change. Okay, you must have reverted. Yeah. Okay. So hopefully now it'll go just address that error. Okay, you can see that it deleted the route. Okay, so let's see if that improved anything. Seems like we've been down this road. Okay, okay, now try the widget again. All right, I will. Okay, let me refresh. Okay. Public key required. Okay, that's a better clue. It shows all of this. What do I say? Yeah, I'll just give it all these logs. Okay, and what I'm doing here is just making sure I get the logs for that widget. Okay, progress. With a little luck here, we're on to the final piece of this. Okay, the Convex token exchange endpoint expects a public key in a certain format, and it wasn't in that format. Okay, expects it maybe in the body here. Okay, yeah, see here, public key in the body, that's what it expects. Okay, all right, let's see now. Okay, I get in that, but let me refresh. Yeah, don't like that. That's probably a hydration issue. Refresh again. Okay, I can already see it's going to throw up. So let's just go ahead and give it, speed it up. Come on. And you may be thinking, why don't I use browser use because and get the console? I'm telling you, it's slow. We'd be sitting here 30 minutes just waiting for it to do a round trip. It's better, it's faster just to copy paste it, even though it's a pain in the butt. Okay, it means one of the fetch calls. Let's go see if there's any new errors in here. Okay, we are getting a 404, and that's useful for it to see. I'm just going to give it this. Okay. Those logs are from our actual base server. Now I will also copy in the test server terminal logs. And let's find out where they're at, frankly. Should be here. No, it's not there. Okay, here they are. Ah, that's helpful. Yeah, that's good. Okay, it threw up all over the place. That's good, actually. No, didn't want to do that. Hit the wrong button. Let me just, I'm gonna grab a couple of these. Tier 2 proxy exception caught. Looks like it's got even more up here. Token received. I'm gonna go ahead and give it all of this. Okay, bring it over to here. Okay. All right. When you give it more verbose logs, you increase your chances of it getting to the solution faster. And so one of the things I've had to teach myself to do is like when you get in these like, doom loops of debugging, tell the AI to be more verbose in the logging because then it only helps itself, right? Otherwise, it's just guessing and you're guessing, right? And that's frustrating. But when you're getting logs and you're actually getting progress every time you make an iteration of changes, then okay, then it will converge on the solution. Okay, you can see here the endpoint is designed. Okay, yeah. Do your thing. Okay, it was pulling the wrong endpoint again. Okay, this is some of the stuff we probably reverted before, but that's okay. We're coming at it like from a different approach. Okay. Fixed. Okay, let's see what it's got now. Ooh, okay. Much better. That log will actually be down in here, but I don't know if all of that's in here. Let's just check. Yeah, it is. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is grab all of this stuff for it. Okay, let's see. Come on. Those logs are from the test site console. Let's see if we get any juice over here in the okay, Convex didn't like that, but let's see if we have anything juicy here. Yeah, we do. This is new stuff. I'll give it this too. Okay. The more logs you can give it, the better. These logs were from the actual terminal shell of the test site. See if our particular server had any issues. You know what? No, they weren't. Daggone it. Did I give it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was making sure I was giving it the right logs. Okay. Okay. The problem is clear now. This line, come on. Wait, that's getting complex. Yeah, you're telling me. Let me think about this differently. Okay, hold on a second. I like where it's going. It's trying to simplify it. Stop it. Stop guessing. Stop guessing and use ultra thinking and simplify this. I don't know what that was. Stop guessing and use ultra thinking to simplify this. Don't you love how Claude Code says it's making it too complicated? Like, okay. I think I know what I want it to do, but let me see what it comes up with. Three Ds, I think you're probably running out of gas again. Don't blame you. No, stop. Okay, hold on a second. Part of the issue is that we have multiple versions of this two tier and then we simplified it. What I want to do is get rid of this one, get rid of this one, and actually all of these changes, because there was nothing wrong with our plan when we started this thing. And I also want to get rid of, in here, we have this two tier security plan. We're going to call this, we're going to rename this to something like old plan do not use. And at the top of it, we're going to tell it this is the old plan, do not use it. No. The new plan is actually in the simple two-tier security plan. The new The new plan is inside of the simple two-tier security plan document. Do not use this one. Okay. And then same thing with this one here. I'm just going to delete this one. And we want to keep this simple stuff. In fact, I want to delete even this one because I don't want it getting confused anymore. And we're just going to keep this new simple stuff here. Okay. All right. Use these documents only. Use these documents only for your planning and evaluation. Use these documents only for your planning and evaluation. Yep, we will 3Ds. We're not giving up on this. We have to give it a break tonight and come back tomorrow. We will get through this. You know what I'm afraid a lot of people do is they just say, you know what, turn off all the security stuff. Like this JWT token stuff is too hard, right? And that's the fatal mistake, right? And then they launch it, and then oops, get hacked, and then it's like, oh crap. They give all that money back to all your users and everything. All right, so look what it's doing here. Okay, there's no convex endpoints. Looking at the plan document, okay, the customer plan proxy should forward requests directly to the back end where the JWT validation happens. Okay, yes. But currently, the customer proxy tries to validate, calls convex. Okay, that's wrong. According to the plan, yeah, okay. Simplify it. The root issue, there is no convex endpoint to receive widget requests. Simplest fix. Create a convex HTTP endpoint that validates it, marks the token as used, call, and returns a result. Then update the test site proxy to call the convex endpoint. I don't know about that. I think we want to call the convex endpoint from our test site. I don't know if I like that. The test site should not be calling our convex directly. But you are correct that after we have validated the user and given them a JWT token with that public key, now the next request comes in with that in the authorization bearer field. We should validate that token regardless on our own, on the back end, on our server side. And we should make sure that token then is marked as one-time used, right? And then we should proceed with responding to the request. So we should just simplify that according to the plan. Correct flow from the plan. Customer gets its JWT token. Yes, that's working. Customer proxy forwards request to user vibes route with the JWT. That's correct. User vibes OS us route should validate it, mark it as used, then call convex with the request. The problem route is trying to call fetch query, okay, which fails because Next.js routes cannot call internal convex functions. Simple solution is the action route needs to validate the JWT without calling internal. That's not going to work because it needs to, part of the validation is that key is inside a convex. How can it validate it? That's incorrect and incomplete. The public key is inside of Convex. Look, I want you to use the convex dash LLM text file, find that, and I want you to evaluate it and figure out how do we get that route checking, or how do we get our backend route to interact with Convex and play nicely. Okay, there has to be a way that we can query the Convex endpoint within our app, even from a route. Figure that out. It's going to go out and fetch the Convex docs. What I'm probably going to have to do here, 3Ds, is build up the skill set around Convex as we get these lessons learned, and just keep improving that so that future people come behind us and use this Secure Vibe Code OS can benefit from that. First, got to figure it out. Okay, it says there's two versions. There's a public version, internal version. Okay. After JWT validation, that's the problem though. The public version requires API key. Okay, the action route should validate the JWT. Yeah, come on. Okay, here we go. Root cause. The action route can call. This is proven working in this route. The actual problem is missing internal versions of Convex functions exist. There's no list public request internal. The action route tries to call the public functions that require it, but tier 2 doesn't send it. Okay, so the solution is this. Okay. All right, let's try it. Ugh, what is going on there? Look at this thing. It's like it threw up. I'm seeing what you guys are seeing in terms of the colors. That's not good. Let's let it look like it's finishing, and then what I'll do is just restart the Claude session. Man, I tell you, man, I love Claude Code, man, but they're ticking me off. Ah, look at this crap. That's not cool. Okay, it's still thinking it's working, so let me just let it keep doing what it's doing, and when it comes back and says it's done, then we'll restart it. Okay, that looks like a finish statement there. Exit. Oh, that whole shell is busted. Where are we at? We're here. Kill that terminal. Odd. Continue. Okay. That's what we were looking for. Okay, so let's just try it. This down. Okay, let me refresh. That was definitely a different error, but sometimes that's because it's still got the old code in it. No. Okay. Ah, hold on a second. Is our convex still running? Okay. Yeah, it is, and we've got this kind of errors now that we can feed it. TypeScript failed. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, it's got to be fixed regardless. 836. Okay, 936. Just kind of looking at the timestamps. It looks like this is all the new stuff right here. Let me just give it that. Those are convex errors. Okay, do you want to make these feature requests? Yes. Okay, now it says the TypeScript errors are fixed. Yeah, it's optimistic, isn't it? Okay, at least we're not getting those errors, but now we're getting these. Let me restart the convex dev just to make sure it's synced up properly. Man, I hate for that to have been the problem, but we'll see. Let's refresh this page. Come over here. Notice how those errors aren't happening? Just checking it. Oh, yeah, they are coming. Once the widget loads, there is a couple errors coming through. All right, let's see it. Okay. All right, so we're getting that same error, but now, so let's give it to it. Also want to see if there's any server errors. There are. Okay. That's from the test server console logs. And the following are from the actual Terminal server here on User Vibes OS. And one last place to check is over here on this server, test server. What are we getting? Getting errors there too, a bunch of them. And these last set of errors are from the actual test site terminal shell. Right here, couldn't find this function. Okay, the route's being called. Convex says hasn't been redeployed yet. That's not true. So internal function isn't available. The convent functions need to be pushed to Convex. You need to make sure npx dev is running, has picked up its changes. However, I noticed you said that CloudMD never run. Yeah, right. Okay, that's useless. Okay, the issue is that the new internal function I created needs to be redeployed. Okay, I restarted that. If not, that's why it's not found. Can you check if we see this in our Convex terminal? Okay, just for giggles, I will, well, I'll just give it all of this. As you can see, I had already restarted the Convex dev. It did say that it was available and it had a change log on it. And then I got these errors after the widget loaded. So again, keep troubleshooting and do not change the architecture or redesign anything. Just figure out this public function call to Convex. Focus on that. It's this whole public function thing again. From the API object, not internal functions from the internal object. Now it says I was wrong. That file also has the same bug. It's trying to call internal, which won't work. The solution is we need to use this instead of, okay, Convex HTTP client instead of fetch query. Okay. Goodness, do it. Oh, no, 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 no. Hold on a second. Look here. Whoa. I think it was trying to quit on me. Hold on. We'll get it to a stopping point so it doesn't scroll up again. But I didn't like that one bit, what I was seeing. Okay. Okay, up here, it said something that scared me. Okay, right here, it said the solution, we need to use this. Okay, got that. Then it said the simple fix, don't check if the project has JWT enabled, okay, from the route. Instead, just check if there's a bearer token. If yes, validate it. If no, skip validation. No, that's not right. That's a security violation. Because what it's trying to do, because what an attacker can do is just remove that token and then it will just skip the validation. That's not cool. So you have to pay attention to this stuff. These are the security pitfalls of vibe coding. That's a deadly one right there. You said this above and probably implemented. That is way wrong. That is a security violation. We do not want to rely on anything from the user, let alone a authorization bearer header that may be removed by an attacker in order to determine if we're going to validate or not. We need to check these settings at all times, always. And if we are in tier 2 mode, then yes, we need to check and enforce JWT validation, period. Full stop. By the way, some of those errors could be coming from the first widgets because they do not have JWT. So for now, go ahead and remove the first 3 widgets. Just comment them out for now temporarily, and let's focus on the 4th widget. Okay, this could be a problem because we have 4 widgets on that homepage, and the first 3 do not have JWT tokens because they're in tier 1 mode. Um, Man, I hope that's not been what's been causing us to cause these errors because certainly they're not making requests with JWT tokens. So we do want the backend server to enforce it. And if that's what's causing those errors, it shouldn't throw an error. It should actually be more graceful than that. But we're going to at least make sure that that's not the issue. Okay, so go ahead and update that page. Okay, let me fix this properly and comment out the first 3 widgets. Yes, okay, do that. And I want to see it fix this and add that validation in too. Okay, so here's the, do you want to make the edit to this page? Yes. Okay, so that's that. That snips out the widget, or at least it should, once that's done. Okay, now let's fix the critical security flaw. Yeah, no kidding. It must check the security settings at all times. Absolutely. What are you thinking? You're not thinking. That's the problem. And part of what it's running into is that setting of JWT enabled or not is at a board level. And that kind of makes sense because our users are going to have multiple boards on multiple sites. So we don't want to unduly restrict them, like, and just make a blanket setting at the system level, at the site level, or at the system level, because then that'll make them put JWT on all their 10 sites or whatever. And we don't necessarily want to do that. We want to give them the flexibility. Okay, so now it's using this function, which can call internal functions. That should be a breakthrough. That would go, if this works, that would go, I'll tell it to put a skill together and put those lessons learned in there so that we never see this again. Okay. So now we've only got 1 widget on this page, by the way. I can see here, it's only 1. Oh, wait a minute. Let me cancel that. What's going on here? Okay, yeah, there's 1 widget on this page. Okay, and so let's go test. Come on, fingers crossed. Okay, different error. Let's see what we got down here. Clear that out, refresh again. It's giving that error before we even do anything. This has nothing to do with actually submitting. That error is actually there beforehand. Post ID. See, look at this. Yeah, we're getting this proxy request error from the get-go. Let me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this. Copy console. Put all of that in. I'm getting these errors even before I hit submit and save the feature request. So this is even on the proxy load. It looks, or the widget is loading, but I'm seeing these logs in the console before I even add a new feature. Look, it found another instance of an internal route calling that fetch query thing again. Said it works. I didn't say that worked. Okay. Hold on. I never said that that internal query worked. I told you that the widget is loading. You need to use that new convex HTTP client. We've already been down this rabbit hole. Okay, stop guessing and stick to the original plan to fix that. Focus. Use ultra thinking. This is getting tiring. You can see right there, it turned off that convex HTTP client and tried to do the internal crap again. And we already know that doesn't work. Like, what in the world, man? You're absolutely right. Apologize. Let me focus. Oh, God. Okay, looking at what I just did. That's annoying. I can't even scroll up while it's working. Wait, now I'm calling endpoints that don't even exist. Yeah, what are you doing? I'm about to revert some stuff again. What is this doing over here? Okay, this is like we disabled, I think, a lot of that. Here's where we disabled and commented out all those iframes. Okay, all right, so we need that. This right here is the proxy updates. It added logging, got rid of some stuff here in the header and moved the public key to the body. Okay, that's all fine. I just want to make sure it's not doing something stupid on us. Okay. Okay. It should work, it says. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh. Yeah, see, we're getting these errors even on. I want to slow down here and not even try to submit it because I think that's just, making it worse. What we need to do is pick up right here, fetching data to. See, I'm glad we got rid of those other widgets. So all of this now is coming from this widget. Okay, hold on a second. Let's read some of this. Okay. Plus value. See right here, why is that returning the 500? It's that right there. That's the problem. But let's go look at the server log itself. Okay, there's the 500 widget API exception. Let's make it focus on that. Yeah. Okay, there's two of them. See, here we see the post exchange works. So it is getting an API, or it is getting a token. So let's tell it all of that. Okay, this should help. Okay, now focus on this error. This is the 500 error that we are currently getting on the widget load. As you can see, the JWT token is valid on the first request. I'm getting a 200 on that. But then the subsequent request, I'm getting this 500 error. Focus on that and nothing else. Okay, this error is crystal clear, it says. That drives me nuts when it does that. You could not find the public function. Yeah. Okay, validate JWT. That's because HW Convex can't call that, as it was saying. I don't want to scroll back up because it'll just make it dance. Okay, what I think's happening now is that Convex HTTP client is, hey, it's Brody live again. Hey, good to see you again, man. Hello. At least I think you were here before, right? Confirm that. Either way, it's good to see you. Okay, and okay, what it's doing here, at least we know that this this HTTP call right here is working, but it's still trying to call internal functions. It's looking for a public function that doesn't exist. Okay, all right. Only the internal validate exists. Okay, so the solution is create public versions of that. Okay, all right, I'll buy that. Looking at the existing convex HTTP endpoints, it successfully calls the internal functions. Okay, because the simplest fix is to create a convex endpoint for JWT validation and marking as used, and then call those HTTP endpoints from the action route. Okay. Let me add those to the convex HTTP. Okay. All right. That's what all this green stuff was. Now it's going to update that action route to call those. Instead of calling the internal ones, it's calling the public ones. Okay. Now update how it calls the internal functions for those. Okay. All right. That should be progress, as some people say. I'm just going to focus on that. So I'm going to clear this out and refresh. I saw an error flash up there. Didn't look good. What was that? I'm still getting 500s. All right. So even right here, failed to execute observe on mutation observer. Parameter 1 is not of a type node. I think that's that error we got. Let me refresh and see if that goes away. Yeah, that went away. That was probably like a timing react thing. Okay, but we still have these 500 errors, 2 of them. Okay, so let's go back in here. Oh, wait a second. Sometimes with API routes, you have to restart your dev server. I hope we're not falling into that problem. Not always, but I've run into that before. So let me just restart my dev server and make sure that it picks up that new route. Okay, still 2 500 errors. Okay, here they are. And that's after the token is valid up here. So let's go ahead and just get all of this. Still have it. Still have these errors. Focus on this. We still have these errors, 500 errors. It makes 2 of those calls. Focus on this and only this and fix this. A couple errors from Convex. Let me just feed it to that as well. Okay, it said the URL is constructed from the request header, so it'll call it. Test widget should be fixed. I might have stepped on that because I think it had just made a change. Let me finish. Let me let it finish here. That was probably a stupid mistake. Okay. Yeah, we're still seeing. Getting this dock error again. Let's see. Let's pick it up in here. Yeah, see, these are different errors now, but that's okay. Maybe that's a good thing that they're different. Man, it's looking like Claude Code doesn't understand convex at all. If we can figure this out, we're just gonna have to make it smarter. We'll add a skill, like I said, and at least we won't run into this stuff again, and people that use our code won't as well. So it's an interesting challenge from that perspective. We're on the frontier, right? Problem with being on the frontier is sometimes pioneers take arrows in the back. So sometimes it doesn't pay to be on the frontier. Okay, what's it trying to do? V2 routes also need to be updated, but wait, since I made this validate public, it should be in the API queries, not internal. Let me update all those V2 files, okay? Okay, see if we have progress. Same 500 errors. Looks like there's actually less errors here. That's interesting. See what the server's throwing off. Okay, hold on a second. Mm-mm. This convex endpoint is returning a 404. It means that it can't find it. Okay, why? Nah, I don't know about this. Look, it's trying to call the production one. I'll test it, but I don't like that. It's like it's nerfing again. It's quitting. Yeah, see, we're still getting 500 errors. Like, no, what are you doing? We have the same 500 errors. No, do not call the cloud instance. Call the local instance of Convex. Like, figure this out. Use ultra thinking. Do more research on the web if you need to. Figure out how we are not calling Convex properly. Focus on the errors that I've given you. Do not create new ones. What in the world would make it think it could call my production instance of the cloud database when I have one running locally? Hold on a second. Okay. Refreshing. Now we have unauthorized errors, not 500 errors. Okay, but before I go down that road, I wanted to explain to me why or if it switched to the. I mean, that could be good news, but I'm suspicious. Give me a second here. Let me think about this and look at these. Okay. Okay, less gnarly errors, that's for sure. But let's see what it's doing here. Hold on a second. Get from this request. Okay, it's got the public key. It issues a token. It returns that. Okay, returns it twice. It looks like, and that's not uncommon in a dev environment. Often, like multiple requests are made. It's just part of the dev like tool set. I don't know why it does that. It's like redundant requests. I have no idea why, but I've seen that a lot. Okay, action. Tier 2 is validations required. Okay, the validation failed. Okay. Why? Okay, this 401 error. Now, what's interesting is what it's returning over here was 401. Yeah, unauthorized. Okay. All right, that's very interesting. But before I go down that road, I wanted to explain something to me. Okay, it seems like we may have progress, but before we go any further, I want you to explain to me if we are still making that external call to the production database out in the cloud, or I prefer to well, I need to understand why we're not making a local call to Convex. After all, I'm running the Convex dev locally, and we've never had to make those external calls before. So confirm to me first if you made that change or if we are still using the local server. Do not make any more changes. Just explain that. I'm going to put it in plan mode because I don't trust it. Sometimes what it'll go, oh yeah, you're right. Let me change that. I'm like, no, I told you to stop and just explain it to me. Okay, hold on a second here. Now, good question. Let me check what's actually happening. Yes, we're calling the cloud instance, not the local dev. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Why this happens when you run npx dev. Okay, hey 3Ds, good to go. Yes. I tell you what, I'm gonna take tomorrow night off, and we will see you Monday night. Cool. Thanks, man. Okay. Why this happens when you run this locally, it runs a local convex backend, but it's still syncing with the cloud. Okay. Okay, good. All right, that'll work. Now, okay, good news. We do have progress then. I no longer see 500 errors. I'm seeing 401 errors on that validation request. That's after we've already issued successfully a JWT token, as you can see in these logs. Keep stepping on myself. Let's see here. Copy. Paste. Good, we're making progress. Yeah, that's what I said. JWT token is successfully generated. Okay, the token sent to the test site proxy. Okay, with the authorization header. Detects tier 2 is enabled. Okay, good. This validate is rejecting the token within invalid token format. The issue is failing. Looking at the token exchange logs, the token starts with this, which is not a standard JWT token format. The real JWT should be in the format of this. Okay. Well, you created it, but the base token starts with just some custom token format. Okay, all right. Look, you are creating the token and sending it back. So review the code and see where that JWT precursor is coming from. And if that's not appropriate, then fix it. Wow, there was a mock interface that we had, I guess, that it created before that was overwriting that token. That's incredible to me. Goodness. Fix it. Token exchange. Wait, how is the token being generated? I thought it was being generated on that route. If we delete it, then how's that going to fix it? Okay, fix it. Okay. A little nervous about that change. It was asking to delete a directory, but I think it's just deleting more of those routes. Okay, let's test the widget now. That's funny. Now we're getting 404 errors. And we're not getting convex errors anymore, which is good. But we are seeing 404 errors. And let me just take those from the logs. Let me just clear this and refresh. Copy the console. I want to check our context. Okay, still humming along. Okay, it's asking if we see any errors on the test site. Let's go look at that. Any new errors? Yep, sure do. Whole bunch of stuff. It's like the whole page is throwing up. I want to know what changed. We didn't change anything over on the test site. So I want you to further evaluate that before we go making changes there. But here's just a snippet of the logs. Yes, there's a bunch of junk coming back in the logs on the test site. But explain that thoroughly. Do not make any changes there. We need to see what we broke on our end because we didn't make any changes over there. Okay. Okay, looking at the site logs. The route exists and is responding, but it's getting a 404 from somewhere. Yeah. Let me trace through what the proxy's calling. Get the JWT, that works. What we deleted was this token directory, which contained the mock token. When I deleted it, request to that should now fall through to the convex HTTP endpoint, but the endpoints are not served by the they're served by convex at the deployment URL. The problem, the test site is proxying the calling. This worked before because there was a Next.js route. Now that it's deleted, yeah. Okay. Yep, I understand all that. I don't know why you did it, but why you put us in this predicament. But anyway, the solution is to keep the original route, but make it call the convex endpoint properly instead of returning mock tokens, or make it directly call the internal. No. Simplest fix is make it generate real tokens. Okay. Man, fix it. Okay, so we're getting 500 errors again now. Here they are. That's interesting. They look much different. Okay, let's feed it that. Same issue. Cannot call internal. It's trying to find public function, but it doesn't exist. The solution is make it public as well. Validate API key internal. And we're going in circles. This thing is now pulling up a 401 before. We saw that like a half hour ago. Look, you seem to be taking us in circles. Now we're getting 401 errors again. We saw that like a half hour ago. Like, what are you doing? Use ultra thinking and figure this out and think about it before you make a change. Stop guessing. Evaluate your context. We've been down some of these rabbit holes before. This is getting frustrated. Put it back in plan mode because it needs to think. Okay. What it's saying here is that the issue is with this this origin validation that we put in place. Let me read this real quick. Okay, hold on a second. That's not correct. Your analysis is not correct. We need to validate that the origin is actually coming from the customer server. That's the whole point of the origin validation, not the not our local host at 3000. That's our user Vibes OS. In this particular scenario, 3000 port 3002 is the client server, and that's what is already in the database for the allowed host. So think harder. That is not the issue, or it should not be the issue. So what it's trying to do is turn off this origin validation. Again, this is the problem with vibe coding. It is not doing it securely. It's not trying to do it securely. It's trying to turn that stuff off, and I'm not going to let it. That's what we're here for, is secure vibe coding. We're not going to let this thing open it up. Okay, fix the original header in the root cause. The test site proxy is sending the origin, the widget's origin from the iframe instead of the customer server. Okay. Yeah, okay. Solution, change the test site proxy to send the customer server origin. Yes, exactly. Okay, change that. Okay. All right, let's see if that worked. We are sort of in a sick way making progress here. Still have 401 errors, maybe different type now. Okay, we're getting a warning here. Origin mismatch, not allowed in origins. That's not true. 3000. Okay, just checking here, see what changed. Okay, now we properly have the right origin, but we're still getting this error, and I can assure you that 3002 is in the origin list. How do I confirm that? Is that in the back end? Let me check. Expose that in the settings of the board on the User Vibes OS, the allowed host, and allow me to update that in that settings panel as well. Yeah, I could look in the Convex database, but I don't want to. Expose that in the settings panel for me so that I can update that allowed host and add multiple allowed hosts in the settings panel. Daggone security, huh? That's what we're here for, though. Seriously. No, it's adding the code in there. Ugh. Why'd you do that? No, revert that. I did not ask you to do that. I want you to update my User Vibes OS settings page to expose the allowed host so that I can review the allowed host and update them if I need to. Focus on that and revert this change you just made on the test server. I did not ask you to do that. Please follow directions. Like, where in the world did it get the idea to just go ahead and hardwire this in here? Like, what the heck, man? Why in the world would you ever think that was needed? This is AI. Okay, it says that the API manager already shows those, but it's going to add the ability to update them. Let's see. Yeah, that wasn't there before. It's there now. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So what key are we actually using? Okay. Man, I think I see a problem here. Okay, I think I see a problem here. We ran into this a few nights ago. I've been creating new keys, and I need to know for this particular board which one is associated, which key. Okay, this could be the issue here. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, all right, now that's good. I see. We need to be able to show on the board what API key we're using, so that we can make sure that that's associated properly. First project, tier 2 secured. What it's doing is adding the ability to edit those this origin right here. And I guess what you can do is probably, I don't know where that edit is happening. I don't see it yet. Maybe it's working on it still. Nope. Yeah, there's errors. Run TSC. Always run TSC after major updates. That's in your instructions. I don't know why you're not doing that. TSC is a compiler check, and I'm telling you, Claude is getting dumber as the night is going on. They must be getting slammed on the back end, and I'm not getting like full power of the model. Okay, here's the edit button. Good to see that. Okay, now the question is, which key am I actually using? That's the $1 million question. Okay, now add the ability on the feature request boards in the settings for those boards for me to see and select which key is being used for those boards. I have the feeling that it's pointing to the wrong key. It's pointing to one of those first two on the list because those don't have allowed host in them. And I think that's our problem. I'll be glad that that's the problem because that actually isn't a code feature problem. That's a configuration problem. We have the wrong one selected, I think. So I want to see that when it comes up. If it shows one of those other keys, then that was the issue. Okay, so now it's saying I can go to the projects page in the feature request and I can go to settings and I should see the key. Okay, here it is. Okay, one origin. Okay. All right, so that's proper. Very good. Public key, that's the public key right there. It's got one origin in it and that's the origin. To change it, you go to the API keys page. That's proper. Okay, that's perfect. So now, okay, now, okay. Okay, now I can see and confirm, as you can see in the screenshot, that the local or the allowed host is localhost port 3002, and that's where we're actually coming from. You saw that in the error logs. So now troubleshoot why I'm getting a 401 error saying unauthorized allowed host. Okay, I'm actually, well, I was actually hoping that it wouldn't show that because that would be an easy fix, but now it's going to have to go figure this out some more. Okay, I could see the allowed origin is in the database. Looking back at the error logs, yeah, duh, right there, exactly. The key difference is HTTP versus HTTPS. You got to be kidding me. That is a configuration error. I was stupid and put HTTPS in. Ugh. Okay. All right. Well, this was the best of those scenarios then. Let me go back to the keys. Oh, I can't believe that. It's that HTTPS right there that's wrong. Okay, so let's fix this in both of these locations. Save. Okay, good. Hey, at least the save's working. Save. Okay, good. Now, watch this. Watch it work. Okay, now we're getting a different 401 error, unauthorized. What is it now? Why is it saying 3000 all of a sudden? Hold on, hold up. That ain't right. That's not what I saved it as. Okay, 3002. Oh, it's because... What changed? Hold on. allowed origin. Why am I getting 3? Hold on a second. Let me refresh. That doesn't make any sense to me. Invalid public key. That's deceptive. That's not the issue. The issue is this. You could see on the server that it's not the key. It's the origins mismatch. 3,000. Why is it showing 3,000 now all of a sudden? Okay, so let's just throw this back at it. Okay, now why am I showing localhost 3000 again from the test server? We didn't change anything there, did you? No, do not ever hardwire in a URL or port into the source code. And we should be using the port and URL that the actual server is coming from. You should be able to, it should be able to figure that out. Okay. Now we're getting a 500 error. Okay, let's see what that is. Different. Progress, I guess. It's definitely progress. It's now it's pulling the JWT to make sure that matched. Okay, I think we're making progress here. I think we almost got it. Same error, you did not fix it. Use ultra thinking and focus on this error and fix it. Resolve it. Okay, I stopped it because it's trying to do something stupid that it did before. I should delete the token exchange route and let requests. No, we've done this before. No, we've been down this rabbit hole before. We cannot delete that route because it's being called by the proxy server remotely. Okay, it can the Next.js cannot serve up that convex route. Okay, focus on this particular error and do not delete the route to fix it. Wait, we were already generating the JWT properly because the widget was loading. Why are we changing that? Mm-mm-mm. Now it's reverting that. Oh my goodness. Delete the change on the test site server. Never call Convex deployed server directly. We should be calling our localhost 3000. Remove that. Okay, now we have the 404 error again from the test site. We've learned this lesson 3 times. You cannot delete the route because Next.js cannot serve up Convex. You need to add that route back in and make the call for it. Okay, we're getting a different type of error now. It's syntax. Okay. Put it back in plan mode so it doesn't start deleting stuff again. It looks like the character is getting screwed up here again. Fixed token exchange route to call local convex. Yeah, this part's really starting to make me angry because it lied to me about a half hour ago. It told me that it had to make this remote call to convex. Now it's saying it wants to do it localhost. That's not cool. Okay, this thing's bugging out. Let me kill that terminal, start another one. Okay. I'm getting this like crappy error stuff here. I can't copy paste that in. Okay, but I guess what I can do is just generate it again. That's weird. Seems like my windsurf is bugging out here. Yeah, each one of them is acting weird. Okay. Let me close this entire windsurf down, relaunch it. Okay. The npm run dev. npx convex dev. Cloud. Continue. Okay. Okay. This one crashed too, or I killed it. Port. That's not actually right. npm run dev 2, and I'll go ahead and cancel this one. Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. Why do you keep stopping? Okay. One more time. 3002. Okay, that's the port I need. Okay, getting those 500 errors. Here's what they look like. Okay, that's a more clear error at least. Those are security policy or content policy errors. That's progress. Okay. All right, Claude, do something with this. Those logs are on the test server. Notice that I'm getting content security policy errors. Okay, trying to hit exit here. Wait, what wrapper on what server are you talking about? Fix it. Okay. Four errors this time. See what the other server's doing. Yep, 4-4 as well. Token generation's failing. These logs are from the test server. I can see that the token generation is now failing. No, never have our clients, in this case the test server, call Convex directly. That would be stupid. That's a security violation. Never make a recommendation like that. Instead, we need to use the Convex HTTP request, which we already know works, to call public functions. Again, I think you got us into this rabbit hole because you're calling, you're making this wrapper. All of that stuff is unnecessary. Simplify all of that. Remove all of that. Change the model up to Opus. Chews up more tokens, but it is smarter. And this thing is getting dumber the more I use it. Okay, so we're on a higher model now. Let's see if, first of all, let's see if what it changed fixed. I doubt it. Probably just put us back into another loop that we've been in before. Okay, 500 errors. Yep, we've seen that before. Server error could not. Okay, so. All right, now let's see what Opus can do with this. We have been going in circles here. I want you to use ultra thinking and figure this out. I'm getting this 500 error from our remote proxy server that is trying to generate a JWT token, which it looks like it's doing properly. But then when it passes that token, I'm getting this 500 error. So sort this out. Put it back in plan mode. It says the context is low. Yeah. You kidding? So now it can't even compact it because it's too long. Oh my goodness. Nope. Don't want to continue. Okay. Okay, we're still on Opus, or we just switched to Opus. Let's see if it does better. I expect it to. Okay. It's this internal public thing that Sonnet was running into. Let's see what Opus does with it. Okay. It looks like it does need to build a wrapper function. Hopefully it does better at it than Sonnet did. If you're joining us, we're building this app called User Vibes OS. The purpose of the app is to collect user feedback for developers, and by way of initially what we're focused on is feature requests. So we have this widget that a developer can install on their remote server, but we're trying to secure it. And we're trying to use JWT tokens, that's Java Web Tokens. We've been at it for several hours here trying to debug this issue. I went in circles for a while with Sonnet, and I finally pulled the plug on Sonnet. Now we're trying to use Opus, which is much stronger, but more expensive to use. So let's see what it does. I used to use Opus for everything, but then Anthropic thrashed us and pushed us off of Opus to Sonnet because they put weekly limits in. So just messing with it for a few hours, I'll probably max it out for the week, which just sucks. I'm on the expensive $200 a month plan. You wouldn't think they would do that, but they don't care. Okay, let's see it. Hold up. Creating a test script. No, don't do that. Well, what the heck? Let it do its thing. Oh, you got to be kidding me, man. Oh my goodness. 3 hours we've been messing with Sonnet. I switch on Opus in one turn, it fixed it. Oh my goodness. I'm stunned. I really don't know what to do with that. That information just blows me away. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. Oh, I'm just still stunned, guys. I'm just stunned. I'm flabbergasted. Okay, let me see if the rest of the functionality's here. Okay, yeah, we're getting some errors when we go to save something. Okay, but still. Okay, I'm pretty sure Opus knows what to do with this. I'm just stunned that we had a breakthrough like that in one turn from Opus. Now what it's trying to do over here is do some test widgets. Let me just let it do its thing before I make any more changes. Bad request, testing. Okay. It made a test script, but that test script's not going to work unless I give it an API key, and I don't want to mess with any of that right now. Let me give it the error that I'm seeing. I pasted that in. I am seeing this toast message and these following errors on the terminal. Okay. Good, good. Much better. Oh my goodness, Opus. Okay. Let me go ahead and give it a test API. That's what it's asking for. These are just APIs I'm showing here, guys. You can't hack me with them. Use this test public API for your script. Problem with this is the allowed hosts are not local hosts, so it is important to understand that the origin validation works off of the allowed host for that key, and that requires it to come from localhost colon 3002. So make sure that you set that as the referrer or the origin. Yeah, that's important. Otherwise, it was going to fail. Okay, let's run the test. Yeah, that's refreshing to have real test. Okay. Now let's test submitting a feature request. Yeah, let's do that. Oh my goodness. I think it's working. Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. All right, hold on a second. Oh my goodness, hold on. If this works remotely. Missing required fields. No, we're not. Okay, let's refresh. It looked like it did put that in. Or that was probably from the test script. I'm getting this error in a toast message on the test server. Please note the test server is back one directory in the test-site-a folder. It is back one directory and then use that directory name. Boy, I learned a painful lesson tonight. It matters what model you use. And Sonnet 4.5 is just not good enough. Not for convex. Not doing this complex stuff with convex, like trying to route from other servers and stuff. That's just too much for it. Okay, here it is. It found the issue. Okay, it's saying that the issue needs to be in the proxy. Okay, it's adding the rest of the fields here. Yeah, duh. Yeah, make all those changes you want. Go for it. No, I will restart it myself. There's actually no need to restart the server. There shouldn't be. Just like that, the idea was submitted. Oh my goodness. Here it is right here. We can vote it. Okay, now the vote is messed up too. Okay, now the voting functionality is giving this toast error. It's probably a similar situation. Okay, it's making a wrapper for voting, and it should do commenting as well. It should do all functions. Let me, when it stops, I'll tell it to make sure it handles all functionality, including comments, anything. It's already looking for comment related functions. Oh my goodness. Opus is so much better. I missed Opus. I should have went to it hours ago. Would have been done. The problem is that it's so expensive. I mean, I can't use it all the time, so we're just gonna have to break it out whenever we need it. Okay, that worked. Unbelievable. Why are we marking those for backward compatibility? Why did we have to add those? By the way, it worked. Huh, it says right here. Oh my goodness. Claude is, I mean, Opus is just so much better. They get the project ID from the feature request itself by adding. We'll clarify that in the comments for future maintainability. Just that doesn't make sense the way you wrote it. Okay, in the test server, go ahead and enable the first three widgets. We had them commented out. The third widget is saying not found. Okay, that worked. No, do not add those parameters back into the widgets. They are not needed. I want you to look at how the fourth widget is implemented and see that we only need some basic parameters now. We don't need the proxy URL, the base URL, JWT mode, or any of that stuff anymore. All we need is the public key and the board name and the mode and commands. So revert those changes you just made. No, you messed that up. The first one is to be an iframe. The first widget is to be an iframe for the feature request. The second one is to be an iframe for the roadmap. The third widget is to be a web component for the feature request. The first three widgets are to be in tier 1 security, and the second one is to be in tier 2. Widget 3 is missing the API key, the public API key. Okay, on the test server, I want you to clean up the code. I believe we have some unused routes and we have unused files. I want you to do a thorough analysis of the test server and clean up and remove what is not currently being used and functional in the website on that main page. All right, guys, who's still here with me? Drop me a hello. Tell me you're still awake. Okay. All right. So we're still cleaning up this site. Hey guys, we're building this app called User Vibes OS. Thanks for joining me. Drop me a hello and tell me where you're from and that you're out there. I just seen somebody else just join us here. All right. So I'm just doing a little bit of testing over here and cleaning up. Yep. Okay. Want to delete that old route. Okay. Okay. Looks like we deleted that old route. All right, what else is it trying to do? Okay, it's just searching. Okay. Okay, deleted that old route. Okay, it's gone. All right. Okay. Just making sure this is still working. Hey, if you've joined us, we're building this app out here we call User Vibes OS. And the idea is to collect the vibes from users throughout the user journey lifecycle. So, however, the user is interacting with our site, we want to collect vibes from them or feedback. We're focused on this ideate block down here, which is going to be the feature request piece. And it's very important because your ideas that come from your users are most important ideas. And so we're giving the developer the ability to drop a widget into their website and collect these vibes. And again, we're focused on the blue box here, the feature request. Okay, just cleaning up some things. We got it pretty much working. We've been vibe coding now for about 12 days. We have about 25 hours into the project. It's already looking amazing. At this point, I'm just polishing some things and making sure we clean up some things and clean up the documentation. Okay, we're vibe coding. We're letting AI do most of the lift of the coding. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, and we rebuild it, so I need to make sure that we rerun this dev server. Okay. Okay. And we want to make sure now, I don't like that we're setting these attributes in here. Let me delete these and see if it still works without it. Okay. Nope. API key. Deleted too much. X. Nope. Hmm. Okay. JWT mode. JWT mode. Okay, at least that's not coming through to the source. User vibe widget. Vibe widget. Okay. 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 User vibe widget. User vibe widget. These are tier 1, and they're using user vibe widget 1 component here. The one thing I don't like about that is that it's still using. Okay, I guess the base URL is fine, but the proxy URL should not be required. Okay, let's see that. Yep. Pointing to the backend proxy server. No, it shouldn't. Because our route should handle all of that for us. Okay, I want you to take a look at our embed instructions for Tier 2 security in the configuration panel for a feature board. You will see a nice clean implementation on the client end, in which case they should not need to supply any more parameters except for the project ID, the mode, any commands, but we should not have to pass any kind of URL information, any proxy or JWT information or anything like that. So check that and then see how we're actually implementing it on the test server. It seems like our web component has too many parameters in it, and I think that's the way it used to be. But I'd like to simplify that and abstract that in Tier 2 mode from the user. Again, we should not have anything about JWT or anything about the proxy URL that implies that there's something behind the server, because that gives the attacker too much information. Now, before I put all of that in there, I'm going to go ahead and give this. Okay, we have progress toward fixing the simple Tier 2 security mode. Okay. Progress toward fixing and cleaning up the Tier 2 security model. Okay, so now if it messes it up, we can revert. And in fact, we have a document that explains this. I'm going to pass that in here and here. These two documents explain how simple it should be on the client end. Check how we actually implemented it and see if we can simplify it to the way these docs say without breaking any functionality. If you see something that's going to break something, let me know. Okay, we're going to see if Opus can do much better, clean this up than Sonnet did. Opus got us out of the bugs that we were dealing with for the last few hours. Now we're going to see if there's if it can clean this up. Oh, it looks like it started and then it decided it needed to do something different. Simplified version requires JS update. Yeah, okay. This is a pretty risky change here, so let's see what it does. To achieve the simplified client-side implementation described in the docs, you'll need to update the widget file in the main codebase to check if the API key attribute exists. If not, assume tier 2 mode. Okay. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Okay, do this. I actually like that because if the API key is present, then it's clearly tier 1. If it's not present, then it's not needed. So then it could be tier 2. I like that. Had to think about that, but yeah, that's actually secure. Why are we still requiring this JWT mode I thought we no longer require that. We should not need the proxy URL either. Stop. Evaluate those documents I gave you. We should not need to be passing the proxy URL around anymore or the JWT mode. We should simply have those values in the client environmental files, and only the proxy needs to send that information. That does not need to be present in the widget. Okay, the tier two, actually, the third and fourth widgets are loading, but they are not showing the entire feature list that's already in the database as the first two widgets are. And if I try to make an update or add a new feature, I'm getting this 404 error. I'm not seeing any other errors in the logs. So for some reason, it's just not returning the list of features anymore like it used to for the web component or for the tier two web component. So neither of those are returning. The third and fourth widgets are just coming up with a a blank, or it's a widget that says, enter your first feature request. It's not acknowledging that there already is a list of them as is shown in the first widget, which is an iframe. Wait, why are we passing back in a proxy URL again? Okay. What would that look like for them to serve it from their own domain? Please explain that. What I'm confused about is what do you mean it's hosted on their domain? Won't the JavaScript still reside either in the CDN or on our server? Please explain. Passing through. Hmm. How is this different from what we're currently doing? I thought that's what we were currently doing. Okay. So what we're currently doing, the customers page 302 has this widget. It's a web component. Web component creates an iframe with source localhost. Okay. Tries to call the proxy. Ah, we have to pass the proxy URL because the widget's on a different domain. I see. The widget is directly loaded from user vibes via iframe. Oh. If we did it the way that you proposed, could we get away from the iframe for the web components? Okay, benefits of no iframe. Okay, hold on a second. Great question. Yes, if it did it the way I propose, we could potentially eliminate the iframe entirely for tier 2. Yeah, I like that. Creates an iframe. The current setup requires the iframe. Alternative approach, no iframe needed. Ah, that's much cleaner. The customer proxies the widget resources they could. Server-side render, widget content. Okay. Just return the HTML content, no iframe. Then embed directly. Bundle the widget as a React component. For tier 2, we could provide an NPM package. Yeah. Run directly in their React app, no iframe, call their proxy endpoint, use their styling system or isolated CS modules. Web component could make direct fetch calls to the proxy. Better performance, no iframe overhead, easier styling. Part of their app, not embedded. Simpler state. Everything's the same origin, simpler state management, trade-offs. More setup for customers need different distribution methods. Would you like to explore this different? We could simple iframe, no iframe. Okay. What about the JWT tokens for tier 2? How would that work? Okay. Customer's backend proxy would exchange a public key for the JWT token. Okay, still do that. And then they would use that JWT token for the actual API call. Front end widget, no iframe. Behind the scenes. JWT token never reaches the front end. The flow is that the front end widget calls the customer's proxy, no auth needed, same domain. Customer's proxy exchanges public key for JWT token. Jeez. Yeah, this is much simpler. Customer's proxy returns response to widget. Simpler requests, public key never exposed to the client. Yeah. Same security model as the iframe approach. Add all of this new approach to a new document in the docs folder. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Preview mode. Okay, security model is unchanged. Okay, regular fetch, proxy, exchange, token endpoint. Okay. How could this be attacked by an attacker? Okay, nice security analysis here. Okay, cross-site scripting mitigation is content security policy, input sanitization. CSRF, cross-site request forgery. Require JSON content type, implement CSRF tokens, use same site cookies. Proxy abuse. All of these security requirements require the user to do a lot of complex things. Is there a way we can handle all of that for them in some way, even with another design? Okay. Instead of customers implementing their own proxy, we provide a secure proxy endpoint that runs on our infrastructure, but appears to be on their domain through a single simple edge function. To our secure proxy, adds authentication headers. We handle everything else. That's interesting. I like the third option. SDK with built-in security. That seems attractive. Handle all the security. Yeah. Handle secure proxy. Simple user setup. Get the project key. Sets up the edge function automatically, configures everything. Wow. Add step 2, add the widget. Yeah, that's it. Advanced service worker approach for zero backend setup. Use a service worker. Wow. Zero security burden. We handle everything. One line setup. Zero maintenance. Professional security grade by default. Monitor globally. See attacks across customers. Push security fixes immediately. No security configuration issues. Migration path. Secure proxy service. Build the secure proxy endpoint. Handle all security measures centrally. Edge function package. Add all of this to a doc as well. I will need to research more and think about this. Yeah, this is very intriguing right here. I'm going to have to research some more and think about this, but I think this is the approach that we'll probably end up redesigning to. Because I don't like the idea of making the user do any of this stuff, right? We just want them to be able to drop something into their site that's secure. And I like the fact that it's going to do all of this stuff automatically behind the scenes for them. And we can market around that. And again, that's a competitive edge because our competitors aren't doing that. Okay, guys. Hey, we're going to go ahead and shut it down for the night. Been here way too long. Appreciate anyone who's stuck it out with me. I would appreciate if you drop me a hello or thanks or something here in the chat. Just let me know you're still awake. That'd be helpful. And do like and subscribe. Make sure that you follow me with that free monitoring or free mentoring QR code up here. And then also check the link in the description. You'll find out more about me and my background. I've been in the field 36 years, wrote 7 books in cybersecurity, and now I'm trying to give back and help people do vibe coding securely. And so we're building this platform. We're going to do it securely, and we're innovating. And I'm learning as well while we're doing this. And thanks for coming along on the ride. I'm going to be taking tomorrow off, and we'll pick it up in the day after. All right. Thanks, guys. Until next time. See ya.